if they have it on the jury rail, though. now be seated.
So good morning. Anything before we proceed?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, if we can have our witness back. And you may bring the jury. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 6. Has anyone attempted to contact you or talk with you in any way? Okay. Very good. Cross-examination begins. Mr. Harpootlian.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Beg the court's indulgence 1 moment. I want to make sure I have the right stack of stuff. Good morning. Good morning. So, get organized here. I'm calling you Ms. Worley. Do you have a rank?
I'm a senior criminalist.
But not lieutenant or captain or
No.
senior?
Criminalist.
And what is a criminalist? Criminalist.
I'm in the lab, basically.
I'm sorry,
I'm based in the lab, the forensic lab.
but you went out to this crime scene.
I did, yes.
You normally go out to crime scenes?
At that time, yes, I was a special agent.
You were what?
I was a special agent at the time that I worked this, yes.
Okay. And a special agent is, what's so special about the special agent?
That's what SLED agents are referred to as.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence 1 moment. So, talk a little bit about what you did on this case. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the testimony from our scintillating Friday afternoon together. When did you first go to the scene?
I responded as soon as I got the phone call at 10:33 p.m. I got on the road from my house within 30 minutes and arrived on scene at 12:07 a.m.
12:07 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, the Carlton County Sheriff's Department, were they supposed to process the scene?
No,
What they were supposed to do?
secure it.
Secure it so nobody could walk over things and nobody could in any way disturb trace evidence, forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, did you determine they had done more than just secure the scene?
They had marked some evidence that they had found before we got there.
And you also found, for instance, that we've shown you videos that they actually, some of them, or at least one of them, if not two of them, walked into the feed room where Paul was killed, correct?
Someone did to place a marker 1 in this.
I'm sorry?
Someone had walked in there to place marker 1.
And matter of fact, when you did your footwear impression examination, you found that there was a bloody footprint caused by one of the officers. Isn't that right?
After we had started processing the scene, yes.
Yes, but I mean, one of the bloody footprints in that feed room was not Paul, not the perpetrator. It was a police officer.
Yes.
Probably a Colleton County police officer.
I don't know that for sure.
Who else could it be?
It could have been one of us from
One
SLED.
of yours?
I don't think it was mine, but it could have been from SLED. I don't know.
It could have been SLED, could have been Colleton County, could have been the coroner.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, and in your business, there are rules about who should be walking through crime scenes, right?
Yeah. Preferably as few people as possible. If you don't need to be in there, then you shouldn't be in there.
And when they, went around and pulled the sheet up, they were walking in an area where most likely the perpetrator had walked, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, that's right outside the feed room.
Right.
And those shell casings that were near, or some of them were near, some of them were further away from Maggie's body, walking in the dark, increases the probability that some trace evidence has been disturbed or destroyed.
That's probably why they went ahead and marked evidence before we got there, because they found it and went ahead and marked it so that it wouldn't be disturbed.
But couldn't they just stood back and said, there's shell casings in there, so when you got there, you would have been, maybe you would have even waited till the next morning when you had some light, right?
No, we would have started like we did as soon as we got on scene.
Okay. Well, you did some measurements,
Yes.
and those measurements are recorded on a sketch you did,
Yes.
not to scale.
Right.
And make sure. Okay, that's my. Yeah, that's my stuff. Oh, okay. These are all the exhibits, state and defense?
No, sir.
Where are the state exhibits? Okay. Okay. So let's look at are they down there? I know they're for pictures. I'm just looking for documents. Wait. No. Maybe they didn't put them in. Let me ask. Any objections?
Mr. Harpoonian, do you need more time before proceeding?
Well, I'm just trying to.
Oh, do you need more time?
No, sir. I'm ready. Let me see if she can identify this. Can you tell me what that is, please?
This is my final crime scene diagram.
Okay. And you did it.
I did.
You can identify it.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this document into evidence, please. It's her crime scene.
What number would that be for the defense?
4.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay, so can you put Worley number 1 up, please? Okay, and you can see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And that is what I just showed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's important to note at the outset is this is not to scale, correct?
We never do our diagrams to scale, no.
Okay, but it does tell us some things.
Yes.
You found a projectile that went through the doghouse,
That's right.
and you found a projectile that went through the small animal cage.
We didn't locate that projectile, but one did go
But you
through.
had an entrance and exit wound.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
And now these yellow items over here near Maggie's body, those represent blackout ejected shells.
Yes, those are the evidence markers marking 300 blackout.
Okay, and did you take measurements of where those were compared to anything else? For instance, we see a 23.9 between this post and that post. Did you do anything like that for the projectiles?
I don't believe I did the doghouse because it was inside the bedding of the doghouse.
I'm sorry, what now?
We didn't measure the projectile that was in the dog bed.
No, I'm talking about these yellow.
Yes.
Okay, did you measure where they were?
Yes, we did.
And there are measurements somewhere?
I believe on the second page of
Pardon me?
the second page of my diagram should be the measurements.
Let me go to page 2. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Do you have that page 2? I want to make sure I'm referring to the right one. Page 2 of 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, and when it says you've measured them RP1, RP2, what does that mean?
That's reference point. So this corner of the feed room was reference point 1. This column was reference point 2, and this column was reference point 3.
Okay, can you find page 2 for me, please? You have that? Okay, well, I'll come back and show this on the Elmo in a little while. Do we have a copy of it? Not yet. What I'd like to do is, let me give you yours back and ask you, what did I do with it? Here it is. Is that what we were just looking at?
Yes,
And are these your calculations?
they are.
And this is what you recorded?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
I'm sorry?
No objection.
No objection, okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence. I think it's defense 5.
Submit it.
We'll go back and look at that again in a minute. And so, could I have Roy number 1 up? Okay, so you located these shell casings, right?
Right.
You did measurements of how far the small animal cage was from a reference point,
Yes.
and how far did you what was the reference point for the doghouse?
I'm not sure that I measured the doghouse to a reference point.
You did not measure the doghouse?
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's get a little more. Could you put KNW 1644 up, please? Let me show this to her. I'm sorry, I'm getting this out of whack. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
It's the doghouse.
Well, and but did you make this, or was this done under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
Submit it.
Now, hold on 1 second. So to give the jury some sense of, and your sketch, I'm not saying your sketch is bad, it's not to scale though, and to give them some idea of the layout, this is the doghouse,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's right.
This is the what you call the small animal cage right here,
Right.
and that's off the ground,
It has legs, yes.
legs, right? The doghouse has got like a couple of 2x4s under it, so it's not laying directly on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, if we look over to the right, that would be the door to the feed room where Paul was shot and killed,
That's right.
right?
Yes.
So we're all singing from the same sheet of music here. There's the small animal, I'm calling it quail, but it's not. Is it quail? Quail, they apparently kept quail in there. And then there's the doghouse, and then there's the door to the feed room. Did you do any measurements, or can you give us any, if you're standing at the quail pen right over here, and you're looking at a 90-degree angle, that is out in front of you, am I right on that 90 degrees?
Okay.
Are you looking at the door to the feed room, or is it to the right or to the left? Well, let me ask you this. Did you take any measurements?
Not directly from the cage to the door, no.
Can you tell me what is it, a 10 degree this way, 10 degree that way?
I mean, I'd have to look at the photographs. If any of the photographs show from the door to that animal cage or the animal cage to the door, let's see if it was at an angle or not, but
you didn't take any measurements when you were on. When were you on the scene doing these measurements?
my initial measurements were the night of the incident, and then that picture was taken July 16th when we went back to take additional measurements.
And it was after July 16th you generated the sketch we saw a moment ago?
No, I think I did this before we went back to the scene on the 16th.
So nothing changed in your sketch?
No.
And to your knowledge, you never took any sort of directional examination of the reference points, for instance, the dog pen and the door to the feed room, or from the quail cage to the door of the feed room, correct?
That's right.
Okay, now, do you know what, hold on one second. Do we have Pharaoh? Do we have Pharaoh? No? Yes. Yes, okay. What's Pharaoh? Tell the jury what Pharaoh is.
The Pharaoh is a 3D laser scanner that we use to document the scenes. It takes
Did you use a Pharaoh scanner on this scene?
On the July 16th, we did. We couldn't the night of the incident because it was raining.
So tell us how one scans for a Faro, and by the way, is the end result of that Faro process a three-dimensional view of the scene?
Yes, that's right.
And so that you can manipulate it, turn it, examine it in any direction you want, correct?
Yes.
And you had that done in this case?
Yes.
I did not hear the Attorney General ask you about it in your direct. Was it brought here to the courtroom?
I believe it's here, yes.
It's here. Okay. Well, I have a copy of what you furnished to us. Any objection to this coming into evidence?
No objection.
All right. Could you play that for me? Wait 1 second. Does Faro stand for something, or is it a brand name like Coca-Cola or Xerox? Or
It's a brand name. I think it does stand for something. I'm not sure what. We just always call
but
it
it's
Faro.
a brand. When somebody says Faro, it's not. There's a specific commercial product called Faro that law enforcement uses, and other folks use too, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about play that for me, and I may stop it from time to time.
All right. I believe a juror raised his hand, Your Honor.
Yes, for that box to be moved to another location so I can see the.
Yeah, I thought we. Okay, start it and then stop it. Go ahead. Now stop it briefly. Is this a drone video?
No, it's created by the Faro software.
Created by Faro software. Okay,
Right.
go ahead. Stop it again. That would be right down here. That would be the dog house, right?
Right.
Okay. Keep going. Okay, stop right there. Now, we're seeing the inside of, what is this room called?
I refer to it as a workshop.
Work, okay. And the bullet that went into the quail cage went through the quail cage and came out this wall, right?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead. Again, stop it 1 second. Make sure I look this straight on. And the quality of this isn't very good. Why is that?
I'm not really sure.
But I mean, isn't there a final product you get from this?
I'm not sure if there's something more final than. I don't do the rendering of the software, so I'm not sure if there's
Okay.
something more than that.
Keep going. Okay, stop. That's the quail cage right over here, correct?
That's right.
Right here. Okay, go ahead. That would be the doghouse.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Stop it, please. Now, the bullet hole into the doghouse is on the side facing this greenery, or is it on this side over here?
It's on the other side.
On the other side. So there's a bullet hole that comes in here on this side.
Right. The kennel side. Yes.
What now?
The side that the kennels are on.
No, the kennel's back this way, right?
Yeah, but it's on that. If you're looking at the front of the doghouse.
Okay, right. So it's coming in here,
Yes.
and where's it exiting?
It goes into the doghouse there was a dog bed in the doghouse. It goes in there.
Okay. Keep going. Now, stop right there. Go back just a little bit. Okay, go ahead. So as we watch it come around, you would agree with me that the doghouse is not perpendicular to, stop it, to the door to the feed room, correct?
Right.
Okay, keep going. And that would be, stop it, that would be the feed room right here, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And these are the dog kennels up here.
Right.
Okay, keep going. So you can see, that's like a chicken coop right there?
I believe so.
Okay, keep going. And that's looking at a structure that's back probably 150, 200 feet away from the kennels, right?
Yes.
It's got farm equipment in it?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. So we have, and you could take this and convert it into, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how they do this?
On scene, we take scans with the scanner. Anything the laser touches, it records. Beyond that,
Well, there's a laser touch, and then isn't there a camera that goes 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way, and the laser and the camera sync up, and you do a number of them.
yes,
Maybe 100 or so, and then it knits it together
that's right.
to get this.
Yes,
But you agree with me that you could do a much more focused look. This obviously has not been converted totally to 3D, has it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who ordered this? Who said we need this?
I'm not really sure. I was told to go to the scene and additional documentation, and that's what we did. So I'm not sure.
So, I mean, if I told you your chain of custody on this indicates it was, y'all received it sometime in July or August of last year, and it's been in the custody of SWED since early January, probably 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
I'm not sure when it was made, but
But it wasn't turned over or pulled out of the evidence locker until 3 weeks ago, correct?
I'm really not sure.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at that report of the sketches, right? Mm-hmm. Well, let me do this first. Okay, let me ask you, Attorney General. I'm sorry, the multiple copies. Any objection? Let me ask you to examine these photos and see if you can identify them.
Yes.
Okay. What are they?
Those are photographs that we took when we returned on July 16th.
And these are specifically photographs of the doghouse.
Yes.
And I'll get to these in just a minute. So this would be 7.
8.
This would be 8, 9, and 10. Make sure I don't put duplicates in. Let me also show you this photograph and see if you can identify it.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture when we were trying to determine the angle of that defect in the doghouse.
The defect would be the bullet hole.
Yes, sir.
Offer this into evidence as number 11 without objection. 11? Right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. I'm going to give you all an opportunity to review and pre-mark exhibits, determine what you agree on and do not agree on, and we'll proceed in a few minutes. Do y'all want to introduce any exhibits without objections?
I think all except one of the, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
What are the exhibit numbers?
So Your Honor, give us 1 minute, she's still marking.
Yeah, okay. Grand jury.
What is it? No, it's two separate.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Exhibit numbers.
9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
They're all admitted without objection.
So, you took measurements, for instance, let me show you the picture I want to show you to begin with, which is of the quail cage. Well, let me first of all show you exhibit number 20, which is Worley, page 7, if you could put that up on the screen. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's one of the diagrams that I created,
And what's it a diagram of?
that quail cage.
Okay. Now, you did that sketch, and that sketch shows, so it says defect interior side of cage, defect interior side wall of cage, and defect interior back wall of cage, right?
Right.
So you have an entrance and an exit hole, correct?
That's right.
Now, what did you do to try to determine the trajectory on that? Where did it come from?
We placed a flight path rod through defect J all the way through to where it went through the back wall of the cage.
Okay. And let me see. I know I have a picture of that here somewhere. Is that a picture of that rod?
It's one of the many pictures, yes.
No, but I mean, does that picture accurately depict the rod you put through, but from the exterior to the interior?
Yes.
Okay. How about put that up, please? It would be 2019. Yes. So you're telling the jury that this is a rod that you ran from from the entrance hole to the exit hole, and what are you doing right here?
That's where we're determining the angle.
Upward or downward angle?
That's right.
Okay. Now let's talk about how you determined the angle of front to back. I don't know what you call that scientifically. I mean, did you determine the angle of that rod as to the exterior wall of that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the exhibit we saw a moment ago, the entrance wound would have been on the, how about go back to Worley, page 7. The entrance would have been on this side, correct?
Yes.
Now, the feed room, you would agree with me, is not on that side of the quail cage, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, this side faces the feed room, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, did you determine, and I can walk through all the technical things you did, but did you ultimately determine the angle, you can check your notes, the angle of the entrance hole over here to that side? That is, is that horizontal? Am I talking horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, the horizontal entrance and exit wound, if you put that rod through it, what did it tell you about the angle as opposed to that flat area?
We determined it was approximately 41 degrees.
41 degrees, and if I'm standing at that edge, is it 41 degrees to my right or my left?
I believe to the right. I'm not sure, though.
Can you look and see?
I don't have that in my notes.
Okay, let me show you a picture. It's worth 1,000 words. Just help refresh your memory.
Yes.
And so, could you put KNWL 2019 up, please? Okay, and what you did was, correct me if I'm wrong, you put that rod through, and then you put a protractor up against it and then the protractor told you it was 41 degrees from flat or I don't know.
From the where the bullet went in the wall, from that flat edge to where the angle is was 41 degrees.
Okay, and let me show you KNWL2007. Ask you a question as soon as it comes up. You know, strike that. I don't need it. Well, that's it. But that depicts that rod you put from the exterior through the interior, right?
That's right.
And so as that rod sticks out, it would be the path of the bullet.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, okay. And it's 41 degrees from neutral.
Yes.
Or, I mean, if this were the wall of the wall the bullet went into, it would be 41 degrees would be over here.
Yes.
Right. So that side, right. Okay. And I see from that picture we showed a moment ago, you used a protractor, just like this one, or maybe similar to this one, to determine that angle, right?
That's right.
And basically you just you take the rod and then you put this up to it and then figure out what the angle is, right?
You line up the middle of the protractor on where the defect is, yes.
Where the bullet hole is.
Right.
Okay. Now, did you do the same thing for the dog pen, a dog house?
Yes, we did.
And let me walk you through a couple of those pictures. Let me see if I have. Okay. Let's go to page 6 of 8 of her report. Is that something you prepared?
It is.
Okay. So if we look at this, could you zoom in just a little bit for me, please? And here we go. So defect 1 is the entrance hole.
It's defect I, yes.
I'm sorry?
Defect I.
Okay. And defect H is what?
We weren't sure if it was a defect. It didn't go through the wall, but we marked it.
Did you have anything that went all the way through?
Just I.
Just I. But you also stuck a rod in that, correct?
Yes, we did.
And what was the dog? This side of the dog house would be the side facing the kennels.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the entrance angle on that? You put a rod through and measured, just like you did before, with a protractor. And what was the angle on that?
The horizontal angle was approximately 84 degrees.
So 84 degrees. Now the side the bullet went in was facing the dog pens.
Yes.
And as we see from the photos, approximately, I mean, again, it's just guesswork, but not square with the dog pens, a little bit further to, if you're standing in the feed room, if you're looking at the dog house, it would be a little bit to your left, correct?
That's right.
And then this trajectory into the dog house is 84 degrees, which means it's coming, if that's the feed room, it's coming from even further over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me have you do this for me. If I had a sketch, your sketch of the dog house and the quail cage, you could take that protractor right there and basically show the line out, correct?
From the quail cage to the doghouse?
No, from the quail cage, the trajectory, if I put down that protractor on the side where the bullet went in, it's pretty easy to identify in your sketch.
Right.
And went to, what was the first one? How many degrees? I'm sorry, I can't remember it either.
Was 41 degrees. 41 degrees.
41 degrees. on your sketch, you could follow the trajectory of that bullet out, correct?
Yes.
Do the same thing on the doghouse.
Right.
Okay. Wait 1 second. Well, let's not do that again. Okay. So, how about show that real quick? Okay. Is that just a blow up of what we previously put into evidence?
Yes.
How about do me a favor and keep track of what the different angles are? Because I'll never remember when you get down here. So, if you'd step down, please. Now, let's get this oriented correctly. Is the doghouse on this? Okay, I'm disoriented. I'm looking at it upside down. Okay, so if you, does protractor work for you? It's got a little thing that allows you to, okay, if you take it and let's go from the quail, oh, here it is, small animal cage. And the projectile came in on this side over here, correct? Okay, so if you'll come over here for me, please. And put the projector, put the protractor against the, there you go. And how many degrees did that go?
41 degrees.
Okay, could you put that on 41 degrees?
About 41.
Okay, and could you take that line out for me, please? Is there a way for you to draw that? This is a pretty fine point Sharpie. Okay, I'm going to hold this down. If you'll draw that line for me, please. Okay, and let's go to the dog house. What was the degrees on that?
84.
Okay, 84 degrees. Okay, and how about draw a line for that for me, please, from the side of the doghouse? That's okay. And I can get it perfect. Okay. Now, I'll take that easel now. Okay. If you just step over there for a second. Put that up there. Now, is that steady? Yeah. Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you look at the photographs and you look at, well, you look at this. The feed room door is approximately right here, correct?
That's right.
Would you circle that with a red circle for me, please? trajectory on both these shots. So let's take the small animal cage. Did that come from anywhere near the feet room?
Doesn't appear to have, no.
It would have been up, if you follow that out. Are you familiar with where that grapevine was? If you're looking at the feed room all the way to the right?
Here somewhere?
Well, it's, I think a little bit further up than that. But even maybe beyond that, one of the shots fired by that AR, blackout, was fired from somewhere way up here, correct? I mean, that's the trajectory.
Doesn't mean, I can't tell you the distance it was from the animal cage to wherever. I can't tell you where the shooter was within that line.
But that line is way away from it, right?
Right.
And this one, while it's closer, it's still many feet away from the feed door. So as you saw this area right here that night, you assumed, I think not assumed, but everyone sort of concluded that it was a relatively close shot into the feed room that killed Paul, correct? 2 shots.
I believe so.
Okay. Now the AR, at least this line would indicate the AR was some distance away from the feed room when those 2 shots were fired, correct? Okay. Now you recovered these projectiles. Were they tested for blood or tissue so that you could determine whether they passed through Maggie or just were misses?
I submitted it to the lab.
You don't know whether they tested them or not. If I told you they didn't test them, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Now, does this lead you to believe, and you're someone that processes crime scenes, I mean, if this had been sketched out the night of the I mean, you didn't take these measurements till a month later.
I took these measurements on scene the night of.
Oh, so you had these measurements?
Right.
But did you know the degrees?
No, that I didn't know.
Until July 12th. But on July 12th, did anyone go back out and walk this line to see if maybe there's shell casings way up here? No one looked up there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and no one did a topographical study to indicate, if you follow these lines back, whether wherever a shooter could have been were higher or lower than the doghouse or the small animal cage, right?
Right.
But doesn't this indicate to you there were 2 shooters? There was a shooter up here and a shooter down here? Is it a possibility? Let me say this. Is it a possibility that there are 2 shooters based on the data you collected?
It just indicated there was movement to me.
Movement from here all the way up to here?
I don't know that it went all the way up there.
But is it, I'm not telling you, I mean, one explanation would be movement, correct? One explanation would be 2 shooters. I'm sorry? Yes?
I wasn't there when it happened.
No. But one explanation of this data would be 2 shooters. One explanation. Not the, but one.
Not the only one.
Yeah, not the only one. But it is a reasonable explanation, just like one shooter running up that way, correct?
Sure.
So one of the reasonable explanations is there are 2 people there, there are 2 guns there, one's a shotgun, one's an AR, and we now see that AR is being shot from way up here, correct?
I can't see that, no. It's somewhere along that line.
And that line goes a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen yards from the feed room, if you follow it straight up.
I don't know where they were within that line.
Could someone have been a lookout there? They went there to kill Paul, and that's the lookout. Maggie surprised them. They thought she was gone.
I have no idea.
Reasonable, though, right? Right?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
I know you weren't there, but none of us were there. We're trying to figure out what happened that night. And clearly, one reasonable explanation is 2 shooters. One explanation.
One.
Right. And a number of them. I'd like to offer this to evidence. Yeah, it's not to scale. She prepared it.
Talk to the court. I'll be told.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm offering this into evidence.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead and take a stand. Beg your pardon, Joe. Check your report on the doghouse shot. You testified it was 80-something degrees, right?
84 degrees.
It's not 90-something degrees?
I had 84.
Beg the court's indulgence. Let me look at these exhibits for 1 second. Okay, let me show you defense exhibits 19 and 22. Are these the actual protractor measurements you did? That?
Of the animal cage.
Okay, both of them are of the animal cage?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do the same measurements on the doghouse?
Yes.
What does that indicate?
You mean, what is this?
No, what is the angle based on that?
Can't really. $80-something.
Okay. You have in your notes, let me see what you have in your notes you recorded. And that's where's your full report?
This is all the notes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the sketch though. Okay, where's the doghouse? What does the horizontal 96 degrees mean?
Not sure why that says 96.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure why it says 96 if I had 84.
In your crime scene notes?
That's right.
But you wrote down, your official report said 96 degrees.
My note said 84 degrees.
Well, did you just... The notes were taken at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence. Let me move on to a different area. Let me say this to you. Based on your calculations, both of those shots came well to the right, if you're facing the feed room, well to the right of where the feed room is, correct?
Thereabouts.
I'm sorry?
Thereabouts, yes.
Thereabouts?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to look for some concise, you're a criminalist. You would agree with me that they did not come from the feed room, or
Right.
the vicinity of the feed room, and they're literally yards away from the feed room, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that, of course, anymore. So let's talk a little bit about footprints. Okay?
Okay.
So I noticed in your report, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were unable to identify, either exclude or include, a number of different footprints in and around the feed room, bloody footprints, and other footprints, because of the quality of the photography. Is that correct?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes.
I'm sorry.
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes, though.
well, we'll talk about Paul's shoes in just a minute. But when you, what's the process to take a photograph of footwear or imprint that's recognized by a number of different agencies, including the FBI? What's that process?
Place a scale, preferably an L scale, around the impression and document it with the camera parallel to the surface so you get a straight-on shot. Put the camera in RAW settings so you capture all the data with that photograph.
So let me ask you, so the process is, first of all, you take a general photograph of the impression, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter what angle, doesn't matter what the lighting is at that point, correct?
If you're just documenting that it's there. Yes.
But when you go to take a photograph of a footprint for forensic analysis later on to compare it to a known shoe, you're supposed to do a couple things. One, you're supposed to have good lighting if you can get it, right?
Preferably.
Two, you're supposed to put a scale down next to it so that later on you can, because you need to understand how big or how small the foot is and the distance between the treads. So the scale's a little, like a little ruler, just a piece of a ruler that you put down next to it to get some idea what an inch looks like, what 2 inches look like. And that's really important, is it not?
It is, to make sure it's to scale.
Okay. And then you're supposed to do a photograph straight down on it with good lighting, so that you can you understand what you're seeing is a straight-on impression, correct?
That's right.
Now, was that done on any of the impressions that y'all analyzed?
No. We didn't recognize on scene.
I'm sorry?
We didn't recognize on scene that there was footwear.
You didn't recognize on scene there was what?
Footwear impressions in the room.
Well, that brings up another topic. There was what may have been a footwear impression on Maggie's calf, correct?
I couldn't say that was a footwear impression, just an impression.
Well, there was something on her leg that could have been a footwear impression, correct?
Possibly.
Possibly. And again, they didn't put a scale, they didn't do any of this procedure, correct?
That's right.
And it was in dirt.
Yes.
Or mud, one. And so once her body was removed from the scene, that examination could never be done, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, none of the impressions could be examined after the next day at best, correct?
Not physically.
Right. We couldn't go back out and take new photographs.
Right.
So the procedures followed were not the procedures recommended by every agency and your agency, correct?
If I had realized that was footwear on scene, I would have documented it properly, yes.
Okay. But since it wasn't documented properly, we can't include or exclude, except for Paul's, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you a certified footwear examiner?
Yes.
By who?
Well, within SLED, yes.
I'm sorry?
Within SLED.
Within SLED, but you not peer-reviewed or...
Oh, yes, I am peer-reviewed.
By somebody at SLED?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is that one set of those footwear impressions is Paul facing the back of the feed room, right?
Right.
And yet we know, and they're bloody, so he's already been shot.
Right.
And we know the initial shot came buckshot, very small pattern, in his chest, and came out underneath his left arm. Matter of fact, there was wadding under his left arm, and buckshot went through the back window and embedded in the windowsill. You documented that, right?
Right.
And then I think some of it embedded in a tree back behind that window, correct?
I think, yes.
And he's facing backwards, bloody footprints. Has anyone discussed with you how he got faced away from where he was shot?
No?
Were the footprints smudged as if he was turning?
And there was blood dripping. He was stepping in the blood and leaving his own footwear impressions in the blood. I don't know that it was smeared necessarily.
Well, we also know that a second shot, literally his head exploded, his brain flew out. We know there's hair and blood all over that door up high. There's actually hair and blood and pieces of his skull in the ceiling and around him. Assuming the first shot would not have been immediately fatal because it didn't hit any critical organs, he would have been alive for some period of time after that shotgun blast to the chest. But the second shot, as you've seen in the pictures, and you were there that night, wasn't his brain laying at his feet?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
I'm sorry?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
Yeah. And his feet are just, one of them is just inside the feed room and the other's not.
Yes.
And he's face down.
Right.
So you can't explain how he got shot in the front when he's at some point soon thereafter is facing backwards.
I can't say which way he was facing when he was actually shot. The second shot, he was right there at the door. I can tell you that.
So he got from facing the back door after he was shot, the back window, to facing forward for the second shot. Is that right?
Right.
Has anyone from SLED briefed you on after you identified those footprints?
No.
They didn't ask for any explanation?
Not for me, no.
Okay, and you would agree that because of the way the scene was processed, most of the footprints you were unable to do any comparison to because of the way the pictures were?
No, I was able to do a comparison and they were mostly Paul's shoes.
Other than those two?
There was one right inside the door. There was one further to the left where the door was. Then there were at least two by marker one.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at least one of those bloody footprints initially identified as Paul's turned out to be a police officer's, isn't that correct?
It wasn't initially identified as Paul's, no.
But there was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
In the feed room?
Right.
In blood. Is that preservation of the scene that your standards require?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly. Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
Do we know what other evidence they may have destroyed?
I have no idea.
That's right, we don't. Now, have you seen this photograph before? Can you identify it?
It's not one that we took.
But does it appear to be in the area you've been describing?
Close, yes. It's in the feed room.
So you don't know whose feet those are?
No.
Okay. Did you check other foot impressions in the feed room and exclude Paul?
No.
There were other bloody footprints or impressions in the feed room. Did you identify them as Paul's?
I thought I accounted for all the ones that we knew of.
Okay. Now, make sure this is not already in evidence, Your Honor. Could we look at defense exhibit number 2, and we need to cover the screens. Okay, great. You don't have a number on it. You got it? Okay, can you put it on the big screen? Okay. So, we've talked about this previously just a moment ago. I'm going to put it up here so we can blow it up. Okay, do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Is that the way you saw Maggie that night?
it is.
Now, how about zoom in on her calf, right there, yep. Now, somebody, even that night we see in notes, thinks that could be a footwear impression, or it could be something else, correct?
I couldn't determine what kind of impression it was. No.
Okay. But you would agree with me, there is something on the back of her leg that has some sort of pattern in it?
It is, yes.
Okay. Not naturally occurring pattern.
Right.
And this is the only photograph you received that night, or you received ever, of Maggie's calf, correct?
That's not the photo I used at all.
I'm sorry?
That's not the photograph I used at all for my footwear examination.
What photograph did you use?
$420.
420. You got it? Okay, put that one up, and then we'll see if you can identify it. Is that 420?
Yes.
Okay. We'd like to offer photograph 420 into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection. We just asked to see the photo before it's offered.
It's admitted.
Thank you. I don't have it. We'll get it. Do we have Holly, we got a hard copy of that? Thank you. We'll get it to you in just a minute. So, can you come down here for just a second, please? Yes. How about point to the jury where that impression is on her leg?
This whole area right here.
And it has, if you blow it up, you can see some regular lines as opposed to irregular, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate some, not natural, but when I say unnatural, man-made something caused that, correct?
There's a distinct pattern to it.
Okay. Now, why were you not able to get significant definition to compare it to a footwear?
I felt like I had enough definition. I just couldn't attribute it to any type of footwear.
Any type of footwear?
As far as any type of shoe, I wasn't able to attribute it to a specific type of shoe.
Okay, now, and you would agree with me, there's no scale.
Right.
There's no multiple pictures of this from different angles for the purpose of giving you the more definition so you could make a comparison, correct?
There's not.
So this was not done according to procedure.
I mean, I didn't know about this on scene.
Yeah, but as your photographers take pictures, aren't they, I mean, wouldn't it be good just to put down a scale no matter what?
If I'd seen that, we would have.
But I mean,
Somebody had.
a lot of these photographs are taken without you present, correct?
No, I was there.
You were there for that photograph.
Yes.
And did you notice the mud on her leg?
No.
But as you look at it now, you agree that a better photograph taken under the procedures of SLED and the FBI and everybody else could have given you a better ability to match it to a piece of footwear, correct?
I don't know that a better photograph would have given me better results. I think I saw enough of it to know I wasn't going to be able to attribute it to a type of footwear.
without a straight-on shot, without a scale, without all the things recommended?
I couldn't even say it was a footwear impression. I just called it an impression.
But based on that photograph,
Yes.
which is not a photograph done to compare footwear.
Not ideal, no.
Not ideal. It's not. There's no. The standards say that is not within the standards. Correct.
Objection argumentative.
Can you answer the question?
Go ahead.
Did you understand what the question is?
The question is. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Did you understand the question?
Yes.
What's the answer?
It would be better to take the photograph properly with the scale.
But you would concede this was not taken pursuant. And what you're saying is no one appreciated the fact that it was a footwear or could be a footwear impression that night, so no one treated it like a piece of footwear.
Right.
But we know that same night they didn't treat any suspected footwear according to procedures, correct? No scale, no multiple pictures, no 90-degree, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take a stand. So, let me see if I can find these pictures. Did you participate in processing Alex's T-shirt, shorts, and shoes?
The T-shirt and shorts, yes.
Okay, and what did you do with that?
As far as the LCD,
Yeah.
we documented the entire process from start to finish, starting with the packaging that the shirt was in. Took the shirt out of the package, photographed it front and back, inside and out, to show how it was before we did anything to it. Then we hung it up and applied the LCV, which is a liquid spray. Any stains that we saw after using the spray, we documented those with photographs without scale, and then we photoed with the scale. Then we laid the shirt flat and photographed each of those stains on the shirt. It was stains A through H on the front and stains I and J on the back. We labeled those A through H, I and J with the scale and photographed each one of them before we did anything else.
Let me show you a couple photographs. Any objections?
Okay.
Can you identify these, please? Doug, 19A, please.
Yes. Yes.
Is that the shirt as you saw it that night?
Not that night, no.
When did you see it?
When we processed it at the lab.
Okay. So you would agree with me that this shirt has, it doesn't look like it just came back from the laundry. It's got smudges down here and generally stains here and there, correct?
Not completely clean.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's it. It's not completely clean, correct?
Right.
And then I'd offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
31.
Tell me what this is, please.
After we had sprayed the shirt with LCV, we laid it in a grid to account for where on the shirt each stain was.
And there seems to be something on the bottom that looks like a handprint, does it not?
I didn't see a handprint. That was on the body cam footage where he was wiping his face with the shirt right there.
Offer this into evidence. Can I have that 19, I'm sorry, let me see what it is. What does it say at the bottom? KNM 3282. Okay, and we agree that you did this with LCV, right? That's what they call a presumptive test. It could be human blood. It could also be animal blood. It also could be detergent.
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time?
I was trying to summary, but I'll do it.
Okay.
Could it be something other something other than human blood?
It doesn't determine whether it's human or not.
Right. So it could be animal blood.
It's possible.
Could be detergent. Detergent oftentimes.
Not bleach, maybe.
Bleach. Okay. What about organic matter like plants?
The only two I know of really is bleach and rust.
Rust?
Right.
Okay. But there are other things that and that's why you do a confirmatory test.
Right.
And that's done with hemotrace.
I'm not sure how. I don't do that part. So.
Well, do you know what the results were when they treated it with hemotrace?
I'm not sure, no.
You never saw the report?
No.
No human blood found? Hey, now, did you test your shorts?
We did the same procedure with the shorts.
And there some presumptive, some indication that it was human blood or something else, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether they ran a confirmatory test on that?
I'm not. I assume they did. I'm not sure.
Well, but you don't know.
Right.
Do you know did you use LCV on the shorts or did you use something else?
We used LCV.
Okay. Did you do the shoes?
No.
Beg the court's indulgence 1 moment, please. Maybe almost through. Beg the court's indulgence. We're trying to make sure one. Let me put up on the screen. I'll give you a copy of it if she can identify it, okay? And I think she can. Go ahead and put it up. Go ahead and put it up. It's number 217. Can you see it?
Yes.
Not very bright. Is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this picture into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, could you step down here, please? So the angle, this is the doghouse. What's the angle on this?
Approximately 84, 83.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we all were on singing from the same sheet of music, even though you wrote down 96 in your report, correct?
In my diagram of that, yes.
Right. The official report. The official.
My official notes say 84 degrees.
But I'm talking about what we got. But I mean, we got your notes also. But in your printed document, you said 96.
On the diagram, yes.
Yes. But it's only 84.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. So, and again, maybe I need to check you on this, but the angle from the doghouse, you seem to indicate is going still to the right of the dog kennels. But, and let me check it out, just one second. I'm not sure you got this right.
Any further questions?
Your Honor, you can do that here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment. Okay. Okay, we'll proceed.
Thank you. No further questions.
You got it right.
All right, Agent Worley. Let's see. Right. We saw this big diagram and then some other diagrams that you prepared. What was the purpose of you preparing all these diagrams?
Show for that one where the evidence was in relation to each other, where the victims were in relation to the evidence, where the kennels were and the workshop overhang, measurements, all the other diagrams, the doghouse, animal cage, were to show more measurements of where the bullet defects were.
Would those be done for reconstructive purposes?
That's right.
And was that really done here on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And in this diagram, what? Defense Exhibit 29, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And what were those? What did those indicate?
Those were 300 blackout cartridge cases.
And this is not to scale, is that right?
No, not at all.
So what does that mean if something's not to scale?
It's not like an inch on there is not an inch in real life. It's just an approximation of where everything was in relation to each other.
So it may not correspond to the actual dimensions of things on the scene.
Right.
Now, are you aware that there was stippling on the victim, Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And what does it mean if there's stippling on a victim?
It's a close gunshot. She was shot close range.
And the defense asked you about some different possibilities here. It's possible that people can move around,
Yes.
and it's also possible that one person could have had two guns.
That's right.
All right. Then we talked a lot about footprints. Let's see here. In the feed room, was there a bunch of bloody footprints?
There were.
Okay. Things have kind of gotten disarray over here. If I could have a moment. Show you State's Exhibit 35. Are those the bloody footprints in the feed room?
Two of them, yes.
And those were determined to be the footprints of Paul Murdaugh?
Right.
And now, just to be clear, I mean, in this picture, we aren't seeing like 5 sets of other bloody footprints.
No.
So you talked about some other footprints in the feed room. Could you kind of elaborate on that?
Closer to the door, there was one, and also closer to the door, the actual physical door, there was one, a partial impression.
Okay. And did you determine who those footprints belong to?
Those were consistent with Paul's shoes.
And is it possible that after SLED took some crime scene photos and moved Paul's body, that someone could have come in along later and stepped in?
Your Honor, we.
Objection is overruled.
Is it possible that if there were more prints in there, that those could have been after SLED's pictures were taken?
Speculation.
Objection is overruled.
I suppose so, yes.
And we also talked about footprints in States 194 and 195. Why couldn't you do anything with those footprints?
I was not made aware of those footwear impressions until June 15th, when I saw one of those photographs.
So you didn't take any of these pictures while you were out there at the scene?
No, it was on the other side of the workshop.
And we have no way to know when these footprints occurred?
Right.
Now, the defense showed us a picture of that dirt on the back of Maggie Murdaugh's leg. Do we even know if that's a shoe print?
No.
Okay. Yeah, taken by
Farley, if you could please take a look at State's Exhibit 70 and 71. Could you tell us what those are pictures of?
These are pictures of the front of the ATV that was parked near Maggie's body.
Your Honor, the state removed 70 and 71 into evidence.
Okay.
Admitted without objection.
So if we look here at Defense Exhibit 9, can you point out where the ATV was there the night of the murders?
That photo was taken on July 16th.
But where were the photos or the ATVs on the night of the ATV on the night of the murders?
under that overhang behind the doghouse.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 70. Where was Maggie Murdaugh's body in relation to this ATV?
Would be toward the right of the ATV.
So it was kind of in front of the ATV?
Yeah.
And did you observe any kind of biological matter on that ATV?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 71, could you kind of point out or describe for the jury where you can see spots of biological matter?
Do you want me to step down?
Your Honor, may she step down?
Suggestion, Your Honor, unless you're going to indicate it appears to be biological matter. Did she test? Was it tested?
I have to hear the question before I can hear an objection.
Go ahead.
Agent Forley, if you could please point out for the jury where it would appear to be biological matter or tissue on that ATV.
Object to the question. I object to the response because it was never tested. It appears, and it could be deer blood, it could be a number of different things. This calls for speculation.
Objection is overruled.
These areas right here, a little there. I believe there was a little bit on this tire also.
Thank you, Agent Forley. That's all for this witness, Your Honor.
Further cross-examination.
Well, you would concede, I mean, if you saw that, but you've not, I mean, it looked like blood?
Yes.
Did you test it for blood?
No.
Gather, swab something so you could take it back to the lab and see if it was Maggie's blood, Paul's blood, deer blood? I mean, they hunt in those ATVs, right?
I have no idea what they do in those.
You don't know if they hunt using ATVs? Really? Is that one of the things you're aware that's done with those?
I am now, yes.
Okay. But the night you saw that blood, you didn't take a swab of it, or whatever you thought was blood, didn't swab it?
No, I didn't.
As a matter of fact, there's a pool of water around Paul. Did anyone ask you to take a sample of that?
No.
Determine whether or not there was human blood in it?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at your shoe report. You specifically say on a number of these that the photograph is inadequate to do a comparison, right?
I was able to, my result was, it was adequate enough to determine outsole design. I couldn't.
I'm sorry, adequate to do what?
To determine the outsole design of the impression. I wouldn't have been able to identify it.
Okay, on Paul's, the ones you've already said he was facing backwards, did you say that you had partials and at one point you didn't know which way the foot was facing? Did you say that?
I'm not sure.
Did you come to any conclusions about any of the other, I mean, did you match his footwear to any of the other bloody impressions in that feed room?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one by the door, like right in front of the doorway.
What's the number of that?
.105.1.
I'm sorry?
Item 105.1. It's facing the doorway.
It says that the outsole design is consistent with item 103, Paul shoe. So you also say that the way you got scale was in some of these were evidence markers, and then you figured out how big the evidence marker was, and that's what you used to get to scale.
The marker and the shot shells at markers 9 and 10 were measured.
And that's not the best way to do it, is it?
No.
And in terms of the sketch we had, you did a pretty crude sketch, but have you ever been asked by SWED or the Attorney General's office to do this trajectory analysis that I asked you to do today?
No, but I don't necessarily do crime scene reconstruction.
Who does?
I'm not sure. We don't necessarily do that ourselves. We process crime scenes and document it, but we don't do reconstructions.
But no one has consulted with you about a reconstruction. No one's come from SWED and said, let's go over these angles, or, how did you conduct this, or nobody's asked you.
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from the Attorney General's office about this?
No, I don't think so.
Did they ever talk to you about the video we showed a little while ago, of the process you all used to try to make a 3D?
Not with me, with others who rendered the Pharaoh software in the video.
They talked to people that did the Pharaoh?
Yeah, I believe so.
What?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who that was and who they talked to?
No,
Do you know when that was?
not really, no.
So they'd have a 3D image of the crime scene, and you don't know when they got it or what they did with it. They never talked to you about it.
No.
Thank the court's indulgence. Thank you.
May step down. We go to the jury room for a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Please be seated.
And note from the jury, Your Honor, will you please inform the audience that the identity of each is to remain anonymous? That's my first. Secondly, please remove or move the cart in front of the large TV.
Oh, that's all right. Well, move it back. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Move it back and weigh that out.
Okay, the audience is reminded, as requested by the jury, and we've removed the cart. You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I have addressed your concerns. And you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give heard in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
Senior Special Agent Croft, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a Senior Special Agent?
I don't think so.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
I grew up in Barnwell County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Barnwell County Sheriff's Office. I got hired full-time, started on the road. I did road patrol. I then went to investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I transferred over to SLED, where I worked in the Low Country region in investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative purposes, working homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you summoned, called out to respond to the reports of the 2 deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call, you think?
I got called out on actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to our field office here in Walterboro and given instructions from there.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what'd you go do to help the investigation? What's the first thing you did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
All right. And did you have a conversation with Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh the evening before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alex Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just generally tell me if you recognize those particular exhibits.
Yes, sir, these are the snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. Your Honor, this time I will move into evidence exhibits, states exhibits 165 through 172, I believe without objection.
They are admitted.
All right. If I could get the Elmo up, please. Let's see how that looks. Not great, is it? All right, I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 165. And is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and whose hand is that holding it up? Do you know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
All right, and was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. And does this reflect a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
At 8:40 p.m.
All right, and this is going to be on June 7th, 2021?
That is correct, sir.
And how long does it reflect that call was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right, let's look at the next one. I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166, and is this another screenshot that Rogan showed you from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you next what's been marked as Exhibit 167 to your testimony. And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications with Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And were these some texts between the two of them?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And does it reflect a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does. At
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you read that text to the jury, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular exhibit?
It's a little got glare on it. I can't. It looks like 9:58 p.m.
All right. I'm going to bring the exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. We're still working on that. But let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication to Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then the next thing is Rogan sends a text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
9:58 p.m.
9:58. And what does he say?
Yo.
Yeah.
Y-O, yo.
I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 168. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this reflect a number of outgoing calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell the jury the times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh without an answer?
At 9:10 p.m., there's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. And at 9:57 p.m., there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 p.m.
All right, we're now looking at State's Exhibit 170. I'm going to bring it up, tell you real quick. Who does this reflect communications with, between Rogan Gibson and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, let me go publish this real quick. All right. So it's from who?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 p.m.
And what does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir, I can see the times. I can't see the top of it.
Okay.
Okay. I can see
All
it.
right. And who are these communications from on Rogan Gibson's phone?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 p.m. and at 10:24 p.m.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 172. Are these additional missed calls on Rogan's phone? Or outgoing, missed calls.
Yes, sir, it's missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that display.
Sorry.
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alex Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 p.m.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Without going into what he said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that right?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek, very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. with evidence tape is transported to our lab for our lab's use.
Okay. 1 second. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that is. Tell the jury what that is, please.
It's a chain of custody form that we used when we secured the buccal swab from, or buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
All right. Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is myself.
And then whose name and signature is that right there?
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
Okay. All right. After you had that interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case? Is this the investigation?
I went back to the scene where I briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in going to the residence?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition, spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with a team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, both which are special agents.
All right. What was your particular role to this team? What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
I have some knowledge of firearms and ammunition, and my main duty was to attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene, any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
All right. Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a 12-gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300 blackout.
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Bear with me 1 second. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 160 to your testimony and see if you recognize that particular disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what that disc is.
It's a disc of my body-worn camera recording from the day of the house entry.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body-worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to the investigative team, which was up at the kennels, and then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured, so I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead and let's jump ahead. What were those items you ultimately collected out there?
It was 300 blackout shell casings, which appeared to be weathered at the bottom of the stoop, entered to the entrance of the what I call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right, and when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is what's ejected from the weapon once it's fired. It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile which leaves the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or in a casing.
And in a semi-automatic weapon, once the bullet is fired, what happens to the casing?
In a semi-automatic weapon, it is ejected.
It's ejected?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move States Exhibit 159 and 160 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't object to the video of either one, and there's one longer video that's in the House, I know 159 and 160, that we would object to the audio portion being played. And
Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who are in the House, and so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Mr. Griffin?
yeah, that's acceptable,
All right.
as long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
You said the audio is down, so it's admitted under those conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bear with me 1 second. And for the record, 159 is the exhibit. We'll play with the audio down.
Thank you.
Can I get the input changed, please, to the laptop? All right, so Special Agent Croft, since we don't have audio on this, we might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening, okay?
All right, sir.
All right, let's do that. All right, what's happening right now?
We are walking up to the side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
All right. And just real quick, we see that side stoop right there?
Yes, sir.
And what was found right there, if anything, by that stoop?
300 blackout casings.
Is that what you just were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who is that individual right there? Do you know?
Attorney Lee Cope,
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
I'm going to move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking hands with right now?
That would be Attorney Mark Ball,
All right. Who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now, you mentioned Lee Cope and Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals? What if anything, is their relationship with Alex Murdaugh?
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alex Murdaugh at PMPED.
Do you know what Alex Murdaugh did for a living?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
And what does the prosecutor do?
They try cases for the state.
Criminal cases.
Criminal cases for the state, yes, sir.
All right. That's what he did.
That is correct.
I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. What's that sort of in the center of the screen right there?
That's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
What's going on right now?
Special Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for, and gaining consent to search that area.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Let me back it up real quick. All right, at this point, are y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the right, Mark Ball in the center, and Mr. Lee Cope on the left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back turned.
At some point, did Mark Ball point to anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what did he point to?
A .300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then whose body camera are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it, yes, sir.
All right. Right. What is Mark Ball pointing to right now?
He's pointing to the numbers which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
The magazine stamped with 223.
All right. Is 223 the same ammunition as 300 blackout?
It's same in length. 223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 blackout round.
All right. Well, explain to me a little bit about 223, and which is a type of ammunition, and blackout. What are the differences and what are the similarities between those two rounds?
They both can be fired from the AR frame. It's the 300 blackout is actually approximately a 30 millimeter projectile, a little bit larger bullet than the 223. Has a little more kinetic energy and a little more stopping power than the 223. The 223 is a faster bullet, a little flatter trajectory. It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has. But because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, So you don't have quite as much speed coming out or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said, though, a 300 blackout has more of?
Stopping power than the 223.
And stopping power, what does that mean? What is stopping power?
It has more impact than the 223 round would have.
Impact. Okay. All right. What else are you looking for right now as you look through the other firearms on that particular gun rack?
Any additional rifles capable of shooting a 300 blackout, and also the any 12-gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this. Did you find any other weapons that could shoot 300 blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other weapons on Alex Murdaugh's property that could shoot 300 blackouts other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're going to talk more about this in a minute, but did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, what are we looking at right here?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons, shell casings, just parts for the gun wall.
Okay. And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
As a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you ultimately come back and collect some of those things?
Yes, sir, I did.
Fast forward to about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Keep this thing moving. Right there. What's that right there?
That is an empty box with the label S&B 300 BLK.
All right. And did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 213 and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Stand by for me real quick. Your Honor, this time we move Stakes Exhibit 213 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Okay. I'm going to show it to you again, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. Does that box reflect the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
147 grains.
All right. And tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general when it comes to a bullet? What does that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
All right. And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. And this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Sorry. Can we, no, that's fine. I'll show it later. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Can we switch the input just real quick? I'm going to switch it right back. I just want to show this to the jury, please. All right. Everybody can see that? Maybe if I do get it this way. All right. And that's the empty box you found in the gun room?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And right there, is that the grains that you were talking about?
Yes, sir, it
Step
is.
down if you need to, see what I'm pointing at.
I can see you, sir.
All right. Can you read that right there? I can't see.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does it say?
Cellular and looks like bellet,
All right. And in shorthand, when people are talking about ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S&B. And then on the back right here, can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
All right, if we go back to video, please. For the record, I'm fast forwarding it a little bit just to keep us going. At this particular time, as it relates to the shotguns, are you looking to collect every single shotgun that's on that rack or only specific shotguns?
Only specific shotguns.
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
That was the shell casings that was located at the crime scene.
Who's that individual standing in the center of the screen?
That would be Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh.
Now, you mentioned attorneys Lee Cope, Mark Ball, and Ronnie Crosby were in that room as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh, is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
And
sir.
what's his relation to the defendant?
He is the brother.
Was that everyone that was kind of there, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the recording,
And who was that?
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson. Just generally, what are you doing right here?
Just getting an overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved.
Saw you doing something with your hands. What are you doing right there?
I'm putting latex gloves on my hands.
And what is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
Okay. What is that in your hand right there?
That is a 300 or an AR-15 chambered to 300 blackout.
What is that in your hand right there? I kind of fast forwarded it.
That was the magazine which I removed from the 300.
What ammunition was in that magazine?
S&B, 147 grain,
300 blackout?
300 blackout.
See another item. Item 33, please. All right. I called it item 33 because that's the sled item, but actually it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to have you take a look at that and see if you recognize that. Go ahead and pull it out. Just make sure not to point it at the jury. And if you could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
It is safe.
All right. And what is that item right there?
This is the 300 blackout rifle which I secured from the gun wall.
All right. Let me see it. Your Honor, at this time we would move State's Exhibit 84 into evidence.
Your Honor, I object on relevancy grounds. There's no evidence that this gun was the gun. I mean, it's just not relevant. It was found in the house. It ain't the gun.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on that gun for me, please, Special Agent Croft. Let's see what else is in this box. I'm going to show you the other part of State's Exhibit 88, and that's marked actually as State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle on the video and the ammunition which it contained.
All right. And what kind of ammunition is that?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
All right. And do you know the specific brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie Murdaugh?
The head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was S&B 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about this firearm. What is this thing on the top here?
That is a, I call it an optic, but it's actually a thermal scope, which can be used for shooting in the dark.
Okay. And this particular weapon, is this a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means?
Each press of the trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where are the cartridges going to eject when this weapon is fired?
It would eject from the right-hand side, right here.
All right. So if it's being fired, they're coming out this way. Is that correct?
To the right and generally back.
Move back the armor, please.
Excuse me.
All right. These are the rounds you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those are the S&B 300s?
Yes, sir, they are.
And this is that magazine that said 223 on it that you were talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can we turn to the video, please, ma'am? All right, what's that you got in your arm now?
That is a 12-gauge Browning.
All right. All right, let me back up just a hair. All right, and so that's the Browning you collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm going to bring you to item 31 here real quick. Before you open it, just give me 1 second. I'm going to get this blackout rifle out of the way. That's going to block you. All right, that's been using the sled item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90. Is that correct?
Chin is on.
I got you, right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, could you open that up and tell me what's in that if you recognize it, please?
That would be the Browning which I secured from the gun room.
All right. Can you, is it in an unfired condition? Can you show that to the jury, please?
It's in a safe condition, breech open.
All right. And this is chambered in what gauge?
12 gauge.
All right. Your Honor, at this time we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
Relevancy, that unless they have evidence tying it to the murders, I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. My apologies.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I just want to add Rule 403 grounds for my objection to this gun and all the other guns they plan to introduce.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Let's return to the video. Yeah, video. We're good. Is it back? Okay. As you were looking through these various shotguns and picking some up and putting them back and all the rest of it, what are you looking for in making that determination, the ones you take and the ones that you're putting back?
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
You just put another gun on the table. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what about the particular condition of that gun did you notice, if anything?
That is a 12 gauge pump and the breech is open. Inside of the chamber is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into the to be fired.
And I've paused it at 20 minutes and 17 seconds. What do we see right there?
That is a 12 gauge shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered. Once you slide the pump action forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and ready to fire.
All right, thank you. And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I referred to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection. All right, let's go to 32, please. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91. You could just take a look at it before you pull it out and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That is a Benelli 12 gauge.
All right, thank you. Let me close that back up real quick. I'm just going to leave that there for a second, all right? got one step ahead of ourselves, so let's do this one. This is State's Exhibit 87. Let's try this one. Can we do this without knocking everything over?
I think so.
All right, let's try to take a look. Just real quick, I'll show it to the jury and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
That is the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
All right, this is the one that's on the screen right now?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. All right. For the record, this is State's Exhibit 89. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime. And we're just cumulative and prejudicial.
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking objection. It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms, and there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an analyst list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. All right, let's go ahead and show the jury this one if we can, please. Is it not in a fireable condition?
Breech is open and it's not in fireable condition.
All right. And when you first got this particular, or took this weapon off the wall, what was different about its condition that we talked about?
It had a round that was here ready to be chambered once the foregrip is pushed forward.
All right, let me see it just real quick. So, is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and the mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When you bring the forearm back, the shell case is ejected, similar to a semi-auto.
Okay. And which way would it go out of this particular firearm?
It would go to the right.
As an example, go to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just pointed at a court reporter, sorry. All right, this item was found within that weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me what that is.
It's a 12-gauge, 3.5-inch shell, 2 1/4, number 7.9.
Is that a turkey load?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, let's close this box up. Help me out if you would, real quick. You recall what y'all are doing right now?
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
All right. So we just did States 89. And now let's do states. Can you tell me the number on the bottom of that one?
91.
91. All right, just real quick, if you can just take a look without showing it to the jury and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
That is the Benelli shotgun, which I secured. It's depicted in the video.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move states 91 into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Relevance and 403.
All right. Let's go ahead and again, if you can show that to the jury, please. All right. Thank you very much. Let's put it back. You can point at me. That's all right. All right. I'm going to show you what's inside this particular exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what are those items?
Those are two 12-gauge shells, which were loaded in the Benelli at the time we secured it.
What, if anything, can you tell me about the type of shells those are?
Head stamp is Winchester 12-gauge, long beard, so 3-inch, number 4. And the head stamp on the red one is a Federal 12-gauge, 7 2.5 ounce. It's 3.5-inch Federal premium shell.
Different types of ammunition, even different sizes, is that correct?
That is correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's close this box if you could. All right, back to the video. We're picking up at 21:58. At this point on that gun rack, did you observe any other 12 gauges?
No, sir.
Who are you having a conversation with right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
Was he pointing in that box?
Yes, sir, he is.
Was he pointing about what y'all were talking about?
Yes, sir, he is.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit. We're going to talk more about this, but after collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
that empty box we were just talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
For the record, we're at 28 minutes and 59 seconds. Right up there, the top of the screen on top of those little shelves. Do you know what that is?
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Let me back it up. If you could step down for me real quick. Back it up one more time. That silvery thing, you know what that is? Right there.
I didn't catch a good look at it, sir. It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, 2 Sprite drinks. All right, keep on going if you would, please. I'm just kind of fast forwarding it. What's generally going on right here?
Still looking for any additional weapons or ammunition.
Right there on the image at 3804, who's sitting on the couch?
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
All right, bear with me. I'm going to kind of fast forward through this. And for the record, I'm at 4708. See who was on your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
Captain Ryan Neal.
Is that your boss at the time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And so what are you doing right now?
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body camera go off at that point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when you go outside. Do you go outside that stoop we showed earlier?
Yes, sir, I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground, right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a .300 blackout spent shell casing, appeared to be weathered as if it had been there for some time.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you decide to do at that point?
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body-worn camera, and we walked outside and we secured those, or we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay. Bear with me real quick. All right, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 260 for identification at this time, and I want you to have to take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, let me take them back real quick. And what are these?
Those are the spent shell casings which I picked up from around the stoop on the outside of 4147 Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right, and when you say that they were in weather condition, what do you mean by that?
The brass is tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
Okay. And did, if I could have the Alamo back, please. Did they appear to be shiny, like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier saw from the prior exhibit?
No, sir.
All right, I'm just going to put this exhibit without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time. And again, if you could describe for the jury the condition of those cases when they caught your eye.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
My apologies. Again, if you would, just describe for the jury what you're talking about about these cases when you that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as a new casing would be. It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
And what was the brand and type of ammunition that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BLK Butch Blackout.
Let me go to the video if I could, please. All right, what are y'all doing on the screen right here?
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
what's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is. Dip in there a little more. 300s.
What's that right there?
That is another shell casing on the, if you're facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Is that one of the ones that are in this bag, State's Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 be okay.
What'd you find there that you just picked up?
That would be another S&B 300 blackout shell casing.
One of the ones in this bag we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
We're at 301. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. At that point, y'all collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir, we had.
Did you go to any other locations that day? What day is this right now, with those videos you just watched?
6/8 of 21.
21. On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body-worn camera when we were actually digging into trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 161 into evidence, I believe without objection.
That's correct.
Submit it.
All right. All right. This time I'm going to publish Exhibit 161. Tell me what we're seeing. We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar. Just probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. But the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right. And step down for me, if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out for the jury. So where are the kennels in this particular video?
The kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right. And where's the little dog house in this video?
This would be the dog house.
All right. What is this thing right there underneath the shed?
That's UTV under the shed.
Okay. And then the kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat. What are y'all about to do right here?
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
All right, at 124, I'm just going to fast forward it some. What is that image right now at 145 that's on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
All right, and what is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard, 3.5 inch, let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
Okay. And what is that right there?
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then. What is this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt and it's got an item circled on it.
And was there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the store on that particular item?
Goosey store?
Gucci?
Yeah.
All right. And what was the amount?
$1,021.10.
Okay. And somebody had circled that particular entry, is that correct?
That is correct.
No. For the record, I'm just fast forwarding through, y'all searching through the trash, is that right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Did you find anything else of note in that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
All right. Course indulgence, 1 moment. All right, I'm going to show you, stand by for me real quick. All right, I'll show you what's been marked as. Stand by. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video, and it's the receipt, credit card receipt, which was torn that we collected from the trash.
All right, the one with the circle thing with Gucci on it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 214 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Did it?
All right, I'm going to jump ahead in the story just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that would could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, or marked right now, is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I always say 152 and 151 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection. How much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
There's still a fair amount to cover, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remains seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room. With regard to the admission of the guns, anything further, the state or the defense would like to place on the record?
Well, Your Honor, I would put some further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested ballistically. The test excluded the guns as being in the murder as murder weapons, my understanding, and as a result, they're just not relevant. They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is unfairly prejudicial.
All right. In response, Mr.
Your Honor,
Waters.
the defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. I think the state, not only just generally, but certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence that was on scene. This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those we believe is relevant and not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
All right. Relevant evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. This evidence of these guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the murders. Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters, multiple spent rounds, and the court, in its discretion, have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and there's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place, and I find that it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial, and that's the basis for the court's order with regard to admitting that evidence. And we'll be on break for an hour and 20 minutes.
Thank you. seated.
Okay, if we can have our witness back. You may bring the jury.
All the jurors are present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things I want to kind of go back to just as a housekeeping matter before we move on to new matter. And previously shown these defense counsel. All right, so I'm going to show you some images. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What are we doing first? 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183. And just have you generally flip through those and see if you recognize those images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just generally, what are these images of, if you would?
Those are still images taken from my body-worn camera the day of the 8th.
So these are still images from the body-worn cameras that the jury saw prior to lunch?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time the State would move in States 163, 173, 158, 175, 176, 177, 179, 180, 181, and 183, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, let's go through these real quick if we could, if I could get the input to the LMO. Looks like it is on the LMO. All right. We got this fancy hood up here. See if that'll do better for us. All right, can you tell me what this image is of, please? And this, for the record, my apologies, would be States 163.
That is a picture of the pool table in the gun room that with the 300 AR-15 300 blackout sitting on the pool table, which I collected out of the gun rack.
All right, and that person right there, who is that?
That is Mark Bull.
All right, I'm going to show the jury now 173. Tell me what this image is, please.
That is that AR-15 rifle 300 blackout sitting in the gun wall before it was pulled from the gun wall, placed on the table.
All right. Still image 158. Can you tell me what that is, please?
That is what I was describing as the side door which enters to the gun room without going through the main part of the house, the stoop, and out in front of that is where items were collected.
And what items are you talking about?
The 5 300 spent shell casings were collected outside, out in front of the stoop.
All right. Going to go now to Exhibit 175, and what is that image?
That is the same side door, just a different angle, same stoop.
All right. 176. Tell me what that is, please.
That is the brick landing at the bottom of the stoop, and just in the center, down low, close to the bottom, you can see a 300 spent 300 blackout casing.
What am I pointing out with my finger right now?
That is the spent 300 blackout casing.
All right. Go to exhibit number 177. Tell me what this still image from your body cam reflects.
That is my hand, and I have picked up a spent 300 blackout casing from the side of the stoop.
All right. 179.
Those are the 300 blackout casings which were collected at the in front of the stoop.
All right. And now 180.
That is the left-hand side of the entrance of the gun room, just in the flower bed.
All right. And do we see cases in that image? You can step down if you need to. I know your screen's pretty small. If you need to step down, that's fine.
I can't pick it out on that picture.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 180 and see if you can make it out.
Yes, sir. It would be at the bottom of the picture, about in the center.
All right. Let me have you come around, or you can do it. I'm going to put it back up and do it screen for the jury, please.
It would be right here.
All right. Sounds good. You can retake the stand, please. All right. Moving on to 181. Tell the jury what this still image reflects, please.
That is three of the 300 blackout spent casings that was collected at the base of at the front of the stoop.
All right. And then finally, jumping the gun, we have 183. Tell me what that reflects.
That would be to the, I believe, the right-hand side of the stoop, and just at the end of my hand, I'm fixing to pick up a spent 300 blackout casing.
What is my finger pointing to right there?
That is the 300 blackout casing which I'm talking about.
All right, thank you. Right before lunch, there was admitted into evidence states 152 and 151, and you got your readers with you?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you remind us where those items were collected, please?
The ammo was collected from the shelving in the gun room, 300 blackout ammo, on 9/13 of 21, and the 300 blackout the 243 magazine with 300 blackout ammo in it was collected from a black Ford F-150 that was located on the property.
And you got a knife on you?
I do, yes, sir.
You mind opening that exhibit for us? And let's take a look at those items, please.
Do you want me to open the brown bag also?
I do, please. Let's go ahead and do most with that one first, if we could. Can you remove the item from its packaging, please? What you got there?
It's a magazine which fits the AR style rifle that is loaded with 300 blackout ammunition.
All right, and can you see what brand that is on there? On the rounds that you can see?
Appears to be S&B 300 blackout.
S&B 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take that item. I'm going to put this up on the screen so the jury. All right, go ahead and open the other one for me, please. Before we move on, we're not pulling all the ammo out. Does this magazine appear to be relatively full?
It's pretty heavy, so it's pretty full.
All right. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and just put that one back for me, please. And then go on to the next one.
Cut the bottom of the bag.
What you got in there?
This is another magazine that fits the AR style rifle. It's loaded with 300 blackout.
Can you tell the particular brand of that 300 blackout?
It's head stamped S&B 300 blackout.
All right. Let me go put that up on the screen for the jury. Just real quick before you put it back, does that, we're not taking all the bullets out or cartridges out, does that appear to be fairly well loaded?
It's got some weight to it. It feels like it's fairly loaded.
All right, if you can return that to its bag, please. And then put those back in the plastic bag for me. We've been talking about guns for a while. Let's talk about something else for a minute, and then we'll get back to guns. You got it back?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going back to June 8th, 2021, were you present when any efforts were made to collect the cell phone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And who all were you present with when that when that happened? And just kind of describe the events as they took place, please.
It was myself, Special Agent McAllister, Captain Ryan Neal, Dylan Hightower. There was one or two more people there, but I don't recall.
Okay. And ultimately, was that phone located?
The phone was located a short distance from the crime scene.
All right. And where was it, just generally?
If you would come out of 41, out of the driveway of the residence, take a right on Moselle Road, quarter mile, half mile. I don't recall the exact distance on the left-hand side of the road, kind of in the grass area.
When y'all found it, what happened then? Who picked it up? Who collected it? What happened to it at that point?
Captain Neal picked it up. Special Agent McAllister held it in her hand while a picture was taken of it, gloved hand. We were given the passcode to the phone. Passcode was entered into the phone just to verify that it would work, it would unlock. And it did work, it did unlock. It was immediately shut, locked back. And then passcode was written on a sticky note. It was packaged and ultimately turned over to crime scene.
Okay. And you were there when all that happened, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Aside from the things y'all just described, was it otherwise manipulated or tampered with or changed in any way?
No, sir, it was not.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked for identification at this time as Exhibit 204, and have you just take a look at that and see if you recognize that item.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that item is.
This is the phone that was recovered on the side of the road belonging to Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
The one you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
The one that was secured by Captain Neal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Put it back in if you would. Oh, just real quick. All right, at this time, Your Honor, we would move Exhibit 204 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Did it?
All right. Let me ask you this question. Do you know a guy by the name of John Bedingfield?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that somebody you knew before this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how do you know him, just generally?
John grew up in Barnwell, just like myself. He actually has a son that's the same age as my son. They went to school together, played ball together. I've known John for a number of years.
And what does John do for a living, do you know?
He is a DNR officer.
All right. And does he have a side business?
He does.
And just generally, what does that side business do?
He's got a gun business where he builds, works on firearms.
Okay. And prior to this case ever happening, did you ever have any conversation with John Bedingfield about whether or not he had assembled any guns for Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And is that something that you knew prior to this case ever taking place?
Yes, sir, it is.
After this case took place, well, let me ask you this. Did you know what ammunition was used by those guns that were assembled by John Bedingfield for Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what ammunition was used in those guns?
Hearsay.
Response?
Yes, not all for the truth of the matter asserted this time, but effect on the listener for his actions.
Anything further?
It's still hearsay, and I'm not sure what his actions are in response to the hearsay. I mean, he's asking questions about what he learned well before these crimes.
Objections overruled.
And so what was the ammunition in the guns from what John Bedingfield told you?
The guns were built and chambered for 300 blackout.
All right. As this case developed, did that prior fact that you knew, did that cause you to take any actions?
Yes, sir, it did.
And tell me what actions you took based on that prior knowledge you had.
I contacted John Bedingfield and asked him if he could provide me with paperwork for the weapons that was purchased by Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And was that after these particular crimes that took place?
That was after, yes, sir.
All right. You remember roughly when that was?
It was within a day or so that I talked to him, yes, sir.
All right. And did he ultimately provide you some paperwork?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was that the only conversation you had with John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts that he built for Alex Murdaugh?
No, sir, it was not.
Was there a subsequent conversation?
Yes, sir.
Did you call him back or did he call you back?
I called him back and then to require of potential additional 300 blackout that was purchased by and paid for by Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. So you called him with an inquiry, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell me what your inquiry was to John Bedingfield after he initially provided you some paperwork.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. Turned away.
That's okay.
Tell me what your specific inquiry was to John Bedingfield that second time when there was a subsequent conversation.
The second time that I talked to John was to inquire about whether or not he built a third 300 blackout to replace a gun that Paul had misplaced or had gotten stolen earlier in 2017.
All right. And in response to that inquiry, did John Bedingfield provide you some additional paperwork?
Yes, he did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as standby for me real quick. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked at this time for identification only. States 247. Stand by for me, Mr. Wilker. We're ready to go. All right, and I'm going to ask you to look at what's been marked for identification only this time as Exhibit 247 and see if you recognize that paperwork.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and just, again, without describing the contents, tell the jury what this paperwork is, please.
It's a copy of canceled checks and copy of the sale of firearms.
All right, and this was documentation that was provided to you in response to your inquiries to John Bedingfield?
That is correct.
And who gave this documentation to you?
John Bedingfield.
All right, I'm going to, again, without going into the contents, look at the second page and tell me, is that the document that was provided in response to your second inquiry when you called him back about a third blackout?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, thank you. Okay. to show you two exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 162 first, and it's a disc, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that exhibit is.
That is a disc from, or excuse me, a video from my body-worn camera of collection of shell casings.
All right, and does it have a date on when that occurred on it?
6/16/2021.
All right, so this is different from what we've already talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 248, and see if you recognize that particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and is that additional body cam footage from that search on 6/16/21?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would move both Exhibits 248 and 162 into evidence and leave without objection.
Correct, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right, so got a search on 6/16/21. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that search, how it came to pass, what was going on, and then we'll get to the footage as to what occurred.
Okay. During the investigation process, we learned that there was a shooting range and some bodies of water on the property. And when I say on the property, it's across the road from the incident location. Through discussion with the investigative team, it was decided that we needed to go over to that shooting range and also search that body of water for any potential evidence that may be found.
And this shooting range, that was still part of the Murdaugh property at Moselle, is that correct?
That is correct. It would be kind of diagonal to your left from where the kennels are at.
All right. And the information received was that the family used that as a shooting range?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, let me show you quickly. Go ahead and just quickly show you these. Show you what's been marked as exhibits 184, 185, and 186, and see if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what those are generally, please.
One is the picture of the shoot house. The other is the picture of the inside of the shoot house, and then the third picture is a picture of the area next to the waterway where we collected some items.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move exhibits 184, 185, and 186, state's exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
All right, very quickly, put this up on the screen. 184. Again, tell the jury what that is, please.
That is what I'm describing as a shoot house. It has a bench inside where you would set up to shoot targets out in front.
All right, 185. What does that represent, please?
That is on the inside of the shoot house, the chair, the stand where you would sit, and obviously the rail where you would rest your weapon.
All right, what are these little shiny things on the floor there?
That's brass from firearms that's already been fired.
All right, and is that how the scene looked when you found it?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and then finally 186. What does that represent?
That is two 12-gauge spent shotgun shells that was collected over near the waterway behind where we had set our dive trailer up.
All right. If I could have the inputs changed to the video, please. All right, this time I'm going to play Exhibit 162. For the record, I'm going to fast forward it to about 43 seconds into the video. that shooting house as you observed it?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm now at 1 minute and 19 seconds, and I have it paused. But tell me, what is this thing right here that's kind of up on the counter of that shooting house?
That would be a rest that you would put your rifle in when you're sighting it in or shooting downrange at targets to help stabilize it.
All right, when you're sighting it in, just real quick, explain with the jury what you're trying to do when you sight in a rifle that you would use that rest for.
When you're zeroing your rifle, whether it be 100 yards, 200 yards, you want to hold a rifle as still as possible, obviously. You would have a target downrange at whatever distance you're sighting it in at. You would fire 1, 2, 3 rounds, and then you would adjust your optics and continue till you get it zeroed to where you want it.
And zero means it's shooting where you're aiming.
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, and I'm going to fast forward through a fair amount of this, but ultimately, after seeing those cases on the floor, did you see any 300 blackout that you recognized just looking down were 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And did you send Special Agent David Owen to go get some envelopes so you could collect those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And ultimately, did you collect about 17 S&B cases at that location?
Yes, sir, I did.
We'll hold it.
For the record, I'm at 11 minutes and 3 seconds in the video.
Okay. So what is it? 300? 300 blackout? Head staff is S&B. Okay. 300. That AAC BLK.
What are you reading out right there?
I'm reading the numbers to identify, the identifiers off the head stamp of the shell casing.
All right. Moving now to 1207.
S&B 300. AAC BLK.
Same ammunition?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to move now.
Your right leg.
Hang on. I'm sorry. S&B. 300 blackout. AAC BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Also near the right leg of the shooting table. Above the chair. Okay. Right, S&K, 300 blackout. S&K, I'm sorry. S&G. Yeah, same head strap. S&B is what you were saying. Well, wasn't any different. Hang on. I'm sorry, it is S&B. AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1619.
S&B 300. Blackout, it's AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 1721.
In front into the
Check that. 1717.
BLK, 300 blackout.
Too far. Let's back up to 1712.
S&B 300. AAC, BLK, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving now to 18:00, about 18 minutes even.
300 blackout will be the AAC. Okay. S&B 300 blackout will be the AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Between the table leg and the wall of the shootout.
Now we're at 1847.
It's going to be S&B 300 blackout will be 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
So, thanks.
Moving now to 2221.
Same head.
Excuse me, 2216.
Stamp S&B 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
BLK.
2309.
Will be S&B 300 blackout. It's that AAC, BLK 300.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving up to the right front
Now we're at 2356.
corner. Up the shootout. Okay. That'll be S&B 300 blackout. It's back to 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Moving to 2452.
S&B 300 blackout. AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
You'll have to go get some more envelopes at this point.
I think that's what we just went to do.
All right, I'm going to move it forward. All right, we're at now at 2802.
S&B 300 blackout. 300 AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
What?
We're now at 2908.
That's right. This is S&B 300 blackout. AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3027.
Okay. S&B 300 blackout. AAC, BLK.
It's the same thing, sir.
Now we're at 3132.
Okay. S&B. Okay. 300 blackout. AAC, BLK.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
S&B, all right, full care.
Now we're at 3216.
S&B, all right, 300 blackout, 300 AAC.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Almost done. Now we're at 3332.
In front of the shoot house, in front of the chair. S&B. AAC, BLK, 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir, it is.
It's going to be in front of the shooting chair on
We're now at 3428.
the table. S&B, 300 blackout. AAG, BLK, AA.
Same thing.
Yes, sir, it is.
You participated in multiple searches at various locations on the Murdaugh property at Moselle Road, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you repeatedly find S&B 300 blackout ammunition, both fired and unfired, at various locations throughout that property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, we'll do one more very quick one, and this will be Exhibit 248. And I'm going to fast forward to about 102, and I've got it paused, but tell us generally where we are and what we're seeing here again, please, if you would.
This location is going to be between where the shoot house was located and the body of water that was there. It's where we had our dive trailer set up and table set up with a shade so that we could actually get out of the weather if we needed to.
And are you collecting any items here?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are you collecting?
Spent 12-gauge shotgun shells.
All right, I'm going to let that play for a second. And we're at, for the record, we're at 24 seconds in.
Hold that.
All right, let's see.
All right, for the record, I'm stopping at 1 minute and 14 seconds. I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. And are there, in fact, shotgun shells present in there?
There is.
All right. And where were those collected from, those red shotgun shells?
It's depicted on the video on the Murdaugh property right near the waterway
All right.
at the shooting range.
talk about some of the things that you did in this case, and you've told this jury that a primary focus that you had here, because of your general knowledge of firearms, was to gather that type of evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But you also participated in interviews in this case as well, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
You talked about interviewing Rogan Gibson. You talked about interviewing John Bedingfield, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Did you interview the defendant or participate in an interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
You remember what day that was that you participated in an interview with the defendant?
I don't remember the actual date.
Let me show you Exhibit 243 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that disc?
This is a recorded interview which was conducted with Alex Murdaugh on 6/10 of 2021.
All right. Are your initials on this disc?
They are.
Jim. Your Honor, this time we would offer an evidence States Exhibits 243, I believe, without objection.
Objection.
Submit it.
All right, let's play the video.
While you're setting that up, might I move these gun cases out? Defendant can't see the jury. Excuse me. That's not my problem.
Stand right quick while they're.
May I, Judge?
Sure.
Let's see. All right.
Okay.
Just do a quick bit of housekeeping. You had talked earlier about your inquiries to John Bedingfield about the 300 blackouts. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And I want to show you what's been marked for ID only 245 at this time and see if you recognize that document. You pull it out of the sleeve.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And without going into the contents of that document, where did you get that particular document?
I received this document from John Bedingfield.
As part of the inquiries that you earlier described to the jury?
That is correct.
All right. I'll take that off here. The interview of the defendant on June 10th, 2021, where did that take place?
It was in Senior Special Agent David Owens' patrol vehicle in the yard of Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting lodge.
Your Honor, this time we're going to play Exhibit 243, the second interview of Alex Murdaugh.
I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir. Go right
This is
ahead.
my sister-in-law.
Yes, go ahead.
And she's trying to... Hey, Marion. Okay, Lynn, Marion, when I'm meeting with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
Thank you. I don't have a card. That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right. Thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Bye. Sorry about that.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Who was the guy that was there to download Alex's phone? Do you remember?
Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He works with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
That is correct.
At that point in time, that was the prosecutor's office in charge of the case.
That is correct.
It was not until August that the case got sent to the Attorney General's office.
That is correct.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's... Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
Sure. And I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't... If there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Whatever
yeah,
it is.
yeah.
You know what?
But
if y'all get some attorney-client
whoever
stuff...
that is, would go through me. And
So, signature...
Just write your name here.
So, Alec, I've had situations where
It's not a big deal.
Give me a list of all his clients or something like that, but
I'll fill out the rest.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. You don't text my clients, but
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I can tell you how the case story if you want me to. Look at the back, you should have that number.
Give me a shout later.
And what was your date of birth again, Mr. Murdaugh?
2768.
And last word of the social.
Get on that.
7483, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Doesn't say anything on it.
Most of the new ones don't.
Probably have to open it up.
Oh, well, this guy.
Jim, you want to witness that for me, please?
And if you got a passcode or
My passcode is
write it on there.
start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me run this till I'll be right back.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
Got people in Barnwell too. Mixon.
Mixing oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. That Mixon oil was my Uncle Ray Mixon, and his son Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. Then Freddie Mixon. He was.
I knew Freddie Mixon very well.
Yeah, and his wife Etta and Jill.
Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah. Not anymore. He did.
He went.
He did.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was at his funeral. He had a tiger paw casket at the funeral. He's a big Clemson guy.
You know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
I know John. That's my cousin.
Okay.
Who was he just talking about right there?
John Bedingfield, the DNR officer, who is also the one that built the AR-style rifles, 300 blackout for him.
And Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So you grew up in Barn?
Yes, sir. All right, sir. So he's got it, and he's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing
legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things. And then
This is in response to a question as to what he was doing the day of the murders.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And he said he was working on some motions in the Dominion Energy case, and then also where he's personally a defendant in the boat case. Is that correct?
That is correct,
And that's
yes,
what
sir.
he said he was doing the day of the murders. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Thank you.
other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning?
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay. Okay.
And she comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office. You did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
Real quick, what was the name of the housekeeper?
Blanca.
Yeah.
When she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office. You did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day.
Okay.
And so he was calibrating, doing and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there.
Okay.
We're riding around looking at food plots, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
and he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. This is out here. You met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to go to. He went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay.
Just real quick, Alex Murdaugh told you that he left work a little earlier than normal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what he said.
And one of the things he told you is they were riding around looking for hogs. Is that right?
Looking for hogs, yes, sir.
Do people often use 300 blackout to shoot hogs?
They do.
About roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were. It wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode. You know, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field, looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, you know, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, you know, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property. Then, you know, I mean, we rode around so much. We just rode.
Okay.
Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Okay. And, you know, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time?
And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So, you know.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You give me what gun?
Yeah.
A .22 Magnum.
Rat shot.
I think. No, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay.
He told you that they shot just a couple of times. The target shooting at a bottle, .22 Magnum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is .22 Magnum, is that a very small round, or is that a much larger rifle round like 300 Blackout?
That is a small round.
22 is about as small as it comes.
They make them smaller, but it is small.
Okay.
So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. You know, at some point we were all back at the house together. Maggie had gotten home, and, you know, we sat down and we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want, so if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better, sir.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually, you know, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be anyway. Okay. You know, I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul left.
Okay.
Because of, you know,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
What did he tell you he did after Maggie and Paul went to the kennels?
He stayed in the house.
I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down from the other night.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, you know, I texted her, so I called her just before that. And, I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well,
or not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, I drove. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. You know, I was certain that I heard them pull up. I mean, I was positive that I heard. And people don't just come out there. You know, we don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay.
The defendant told you that he thought he heard somebody pull up, but they didn't?
Yes, sir.
And that was before, according to him, he left the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No. I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know, and
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wild cat that lives around that house. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but, you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know?
At this point, the defendant tells you something about a wildcat running. He wasn't sure if it was a person.
Yes, sir. That's what he says.
But I really don't think, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Alameda. Okay. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And you know, I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam, so he had to be in Charlotte, so he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the store?
Yes, sir. So,
All right, so where are we? All right,
you,
so then I
you left your
my
mom's and making phone calls.
I left my mom's and I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and, you know.
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right then, no, sir.
Take your time.
You know, I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Okay. And what made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
Yeah, I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there, or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay.
How did Alex Murdaugh say he went back to the house after finding Maggie and Paul to supposedly go get a gun?
He drove.
And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know, yeah, Ronnie had the question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
And it was that camo, right?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli.
Benelli. I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli out there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, you know, the boat. Who stands out in your mind, besides the boat incident, who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. You know, I mean, he got a bunch of threats, it's mostly from, you know, I mean, I have no idea.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send a text, or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
That. No, it was mostly like in-person confrontations, are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. You know, there were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you know, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? You know, stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I mean, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know, but I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. Maybe put your pens down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman, but
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can get his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on a fishing trip, which is I have to stand.
Well, cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get your number for you.
Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah. Okay. That's where you was.
And those boys are, you know, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel, that you understand?
No, he's graduated from the Citadel.
Graduated from
Okay. And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, you know, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, I mean, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, you know, and I just want to talk to them about their weekend. And
sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal, bright, you know, he was a really great kid.
So, being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
You know, irresponsibility. You know, he was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from. He'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you know, you'll find out from his friends he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats.
Awesome.
So.
He lost what?
He would misplace stuff or leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. Everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. I mean, Paul was one, he wouldn't understand how you go out, you know, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Alex, last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago, although we texted. He was going to Greenville for the weekend. I mean, he had friends up there, girlfriend up there?
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf. My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
Or that
with me.
With you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, you know, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, you know, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
The defendant told you that Maggie was home when they got back from riding around the property. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day, so she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do, I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but I'd say the only thing that caused any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go, and I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah.
You mean her family? You said her in-law. You mean her family?
I mean her family.
Your in-laws.
I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Go. Tissue.
I'm sorry.
You good.
I mean, she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She didn't work. And she always said it was her job. Since she was privileged enough not to work, she was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do that.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon, or during the time you and Paul were right.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. That's our main shop is, right there. But, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering, and I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch,
Okay. When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck, and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one, and one was the white one that was out there.
Okay.
Mr. Alec.
Yes, sir.
The other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And do you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
I know you might not remember them all, but can you kind of run down what you had, what you got, right there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. That I own.
That's in there, or wherever they're at.
And, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, you know, some of our guns aren't there. But so you want to know all of them, or you want to know what I think is in my house, or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there, minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, you know, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. You know, when Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
What would he shoot hogs with?
You know, I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun. Because Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, you know, he says it got stolen. You know, and it's been gone for some time.
What did he say Paul liked to do?
Objecting to this repeating what the tape says. The jury can hear the tape, and just stopping and repeating exactly what Mr. Murdaugh says on the tape.
This witness was actually present, and while there is a recording, he's also fair to relate to the jury what he heard being present for that very conversation.
I overrule the objection.
Thank you.
But anyway,
And let me ask the question again. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that Paul liked to do?
Ride around and shoot hogs.
And what did Mr. Murdaugh tell you that the weapon was he used to do that?
He used his brother's 300 blackout.
so he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300?
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that? About
years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago.
More than a year ago.
Okay.
All right. So, but he would do anything. Paul had this, you know, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, you know, by 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. You know, so sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because you know the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So. All right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Or don't y'all, I mean, have an inventory?
I videoed that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, you know. I don't know how many, but you know, like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
Yeah, I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay, and I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that. I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one, and I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because. You know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
At this time, could I request a brief break?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Where's that?
Please be seated.
You bring the jury, please. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, we're resuming with the publishing of Stacy Exhibit 243, and we're picking up at 36 minutes and 15 seconds in the video. I'm actually going to back it up 10 seconds just since we took a break.
You know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
Were those guns? Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit because it was a good while before y'all came.
Let me ask you one thing right here. You had earlier shown some body cam footage of your search of the gun room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, that day on June 8th, 2021, did agents also go to other areas of the residence to look for any other firearms that fit the description or fit the caliber of the two weapons from the murder scene?
Yes, sir, they did.
And by two weapons, I should say two calibers from the murder scene.
Yes, sir.
And that would be 300 blackout and 12 gauge.
That is correct.
All right. So ultimately, these weapons that were seized, those are the only ones recovered matching those two calibers.
That is correct.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was probably 2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got here.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
We didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
You know? I mean, and I'm going to be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. You know, he was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there?
He would leave anything, anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns out there.
Did y'all take the...
But, like, I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that a 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
So y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with them on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house.
What did the defendant tell you about whether or not there was a 300 blackout present at the kennels on the night of the murders?
He said it was not out there.
So Paul said that one was stolen or lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to lost. But, I mean, you know, there were people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it. I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you have?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't, but I was certain that we did. But, I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while, too.
After that long pause, what did Alex Murdaugh, the defendant over there, tell you about the third blackout?
To his memory, it had been gone for a substantial amount of time, too.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. Which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay. What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it with another one, but Buster says you didn't?
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
I know we replaced it. But, you know, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now, I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced it.
Have you talked to CB Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean, but I can't keep him. I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And, you know, I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing, I just can't. I really do not believe that.
Well, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
And, you know, and I'm just, being in law enforcement for so long and working these type cases, and I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property, you know, so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now. And I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. You know, we're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed. So, you know.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, you know, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, he was like a little detective. And, I mean, Paul would, you know, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know Maggie's.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that, you know, may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, a possible code for Paul's?
You know, maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Okay.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, you know, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, you know, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
I mean, we're trying to pull everything in. Just the area, Arlington, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around. I mean, I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So.
Mr. Alex.
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me
sorry.
Alex. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared, and you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down? Or before you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Up.
When you asked the defendant, when was the last time he saw Maggie and Paul, what did he tell you?
When he was eating supper.
Until you came back from your mom's and found what you found. Yeah, yes, Alex probably told you all this. He did check for a pulse. Yes. Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. Right. To inspect it. Right. I don't know. Yes.
When you tried to turn Paul over, do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels, and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But
The defendant was asked during this interview where Paul normally kept his phone. What did he say?
Usually in his hand.
I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard, or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
When you asked the defendant about the traumatic picture that he saw of Paul and Maggie, what did he say?
It's just so bad. I did him so bad.
I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But the little things that we've kind of
I understand
is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand, and
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How was their health overall, other than that?
They're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, their fortitude is good. They're just, they're they're just getting age on them, you know?
Yes, sir. Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they live in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because, I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them, hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get, I just, you know what, I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And just to really have something, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Okay.
Numbers that he stuff on town.
I'm so sorry.
And I know if y'all have the phone, y'all can then.
You're talking about the tower itself.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad are just such good people. They're just
Doing all
wonderful
that. Some of the
people.
other guys are back at the office.
Love her so much, and
Everybody we can deal
it
with.
really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry.
But yes, we
My mother-in-law's name is Kennedy,
can also get
and they're Brandstetters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. Yeah. And her husband is Bart Proctor. And they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
843.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to need the video with consent of the defense just so that that number is not broadcast.
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
Promise you, Alex, someone that my life depended on it, I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. They are wonderful.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like, it's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper. I'll be right back.
Here's Will's Chapman's number. Okay.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to mute it because another contact number is given, I believe, with consent of the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want me to dig them up?
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contract. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but someone sent me Willis Chapman's.
Hold on to that, please.
David. Contract. Yeah, I think it's just the phone number. Yeah, all I got was the phone number.
All right, so we have victim's advocate, Miss Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the Victims Advocate Program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah, you're familiar with it.
Familiar with the thing, but thank you so much.
There was a discussion about victim's advocate. What did Mr. Murdaugh tell you about his career?
That he did some assistant solicitors work, and he was familiar with the program.
And again, what is an assistant solicitor?
He's a prosecutor which prosecutes criminal offenses.
Okay. Criminal prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all have
Well,
visit.
we're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay. Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Branstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir.
On this date of this interview on June 10th, 2021, to your knowledge, had there been another death in the family?
At this point, it had not.
Okay. Was there one not long after this?
Yes, it was.
And who died?
Mr. Alex's father.
And what was his name?
Randolph.
Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay. You good? All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at a church or?
It's graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. Are y'all going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
no, they don't deserve to be near.
They're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay.
All right, well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you said with that phone, it'll take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you.
Let me do the
The buckle, yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you at, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got glove up and.
Oh, what?
The buckle.
There was a question asked about, do you think he's through with that phone? What were they talking about?
Mr. Alex's phone, which he had given to us to do a download on.
And who was doing that download again?
Dylan Hightower.
And that was occurring while this interview was going on?
Yes, sir.
Now you're discussing the buccal swab, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
The buckle swab, yeah.
Oh, do I need to spit out my tobacco?
It might be better.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I'll get everything together.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine, I'm gonna go ahead and, where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles has got gloves. I'm not in mine.
For the record, at this point in the video, we're at 1 hour and 2 minutes. What happens next? What, if anything, are you about to do?
I'm fixing the glove up. I'm going to secure the cotton swabs, the sterile cotton swabs, and getting ready to do the buccal swab.
And who do you do the buccal swab of?
On Alex Murdaugh.
And the person you've been describing as Alex, the person you interviewed, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you identify him for the jury,
He's
please?
sitting at the defense table with the, looks like navy blue blazer on.
All right, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? Thank you. I'm going to show you real quick what's been marked as State's Exhibit 157 and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the buccal swab which I collected from Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's 157 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
This is the buccal swab you took that day that's on the video?
Yes, sir, it is.
After that, where did that buccal swab go?
It was turned over to crime scene and went to the lab for testing.
And is it general practice with any sort of evidence like this to secure it from any tampering while it's turned over to crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the writing on the back of this evidence slip, whose writing is that?
That would be David Owen, and he collected by Jeff Croft.
All right, thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 218, States 219, States 220, and just generally see if you recognize those particular documents.
Yes, sir, I do.
And generally, what are those?
property receipts for items that was seized during the searches at the residence.
That you previously described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Firearms evidence and the like?
That is correct.
Your Honor, this time the state would move 218, 219, and 220 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Submitted. There.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm going to get you to pull out your, in fact, though, if the clerk, y'all have a pair of scissors I can borrow real quick? All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156, and I'm going to ask you, if you could, to open the sealed pouch at the top so we can see what's inside, if you could, please. All right, now I'm going to ask you to hold on to that one. I ask you to return these back into that pouch if you could, please. All right, I'm going to put 156 on this particular exhibit, and can you tell the jury if you recognize that, what that is, please?
That is the buccal swab that was collected from Rogan Gibson.
Who collected that buccal swab?
I did.
Did Rogan consent to that buccal swab?
He did.
And did you secure it from any tampering and turn it over to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 156 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
You're admitted, or it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 155. Identification at this time, see if you recognize this particular item.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me generally what that is, please.
It's a property receipt for the buccal swab that we took, or I took from Mr. Alexander Murdaugh.
And that's the one from the video that has been played for the jury?
Yes, sir, it is.
This time, Your Honor, I'd move States 155 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Okay.
Submitted.
court's indulgence, one moment. About that. Your Honor, that would conclude the Straight's direct examination of Senior Special Agent Croft.
And I think we will call it a day and start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Are there any matters we need to address before the recess?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30.